Tally ho. Alright, we should be live right now. Um, right now this is reorientation. Reorientating myself, cause it's been over like 2 months since the last time I streamed. So we're gonna go, you know, trying to pick up where we left off here. Trying to figure out where we left off. So currently, okay, we are at chapter 8, it seems, for highlighting, which is what we're trying to do here. Alright, this, doodle-doodle-doo, Blue Letter Bible. Alright, okay, let's see, ESV is what I prefer. Exodus, let's go, let's get to chapter 8. And yeah, so what I'm doing is I'm going through, just trying to get back on track, highlighting certain passages that I find interesting, what have you. Okay, toggle cursor. Okay. Oh gosh, oh, I feel like I need to start from chapter 1 again. Oh gosh, it's been so long. Where are we? The second plague. Okay, the frogs. Right, the frogs. Those gosh darn frogs. Alright, Lord said to Moses, go into Pharaoh. Not like that, not like that, people. Get your mind out of the gutter. Um, go to Pharaoh, say to him, thus says the Lord, let my people go, that they may serve me. Please let them go, behold, play with frogs. Okay. Doodly doodly doo. Alright. Okay. Blunderful, blunderful. Alright, say your instruction in your hand. Doodly doo doo. Waters, okay. Magicians. This is so interesting. The magicians did the same thing. Very fascinating. That it's like, oh, the secret arts. They made the frogs come up on the land as well. Very well. Apparently these Egyptian magicians had some tricks up their sleeves, huh? Um, alright. So, alright, for the He's asking him, be like, yo, this, well, take away the frogs. We can bring, my magicians can bring more frogs in, but they couldn't figure out how to get rid of the frogs. It's like, okay. So it looks like they're good at bringing the frogs in, but not good at getting rid of them. Okay, most be please. Please command me when I am to plead for you. Okay. Tomorrow, Moses said, be it as you say, so that you. Okay. Unlike the Lord our God. Okay. Alright. Alright. That's interesting. As he agreed with Pharaoh. Or, I guess, as they are in an agreement. Alright. Okay. Land stank. Alright. Oh, hardened his heart, did he? Another time. Right. What's interesting is I feel like when I was like years ago, like if this was like shit, excuse my language. If this was like even last year, if you asked me like who hardened Pharaoh's heart, like the Lord did. But here it's like he hardened. It makes it's like he hardened his own heart. Like, and it makes it seem more like the Lord just predicted that he would harden his own heart. Yeah, so I think there's moments where it says like God hardened Pharaoh's heart, and then there's moments where it's like, oh, he's hardening his own heart. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe a mix of both. Where sometimes it is God hardening his heart, and sometimes it's Pharaoh hardening his own heart. Okay. Um. Okay. Nets. Plus. Oh. Got them froggies. Got them gnats. We got the flies. Okay. Da, da. I mean, in theory, if you got a bunch of, you know, stinking dead frogs, I guess gnats and flies are the natural um consequence of that. I don't think God really needed oh, they couldn't produce the gnats. Oh no, the magicians tried, but they tried their secret arts, but they could not. Yeah, I mean, this is the finger of God. I think this is dead frogs. Um, all the frogs and everything dying and decomposing, and the gnats and the flies are, you know, who knows? Eh, sure, maybe there's just more than usual. Just said it's the finger of God, finger of L. All right, interesting. It's hardened, as the Lord had said. Interesting how it, you know. Okay, all right, okay. Hmm, interesting. The whole of the land of Goshen, where Avaris is. It's not just, huh. Hmm. Yada blah. I'm just gonna give me one schmeckend. Let's see here. Make sure that, yep, we are indeed alive. Okay, good, good. That's what I figured. Just want to double check, you know what I'm saying? Alright, where am I to be? So, do. Okay. Mm, so, the lines. Okay, the Pharaoh comment. There's a. Okay. Tries to capitulate again, even though he, like, you know. Yeah. Go sacrifice to your God within the land. Yeah, within the land. Yeah. Come on, let's do this. Do a little break. You know, just to signify the significance of within the land. Uh, mhm. The sacrifice of the Lord our God are an abomination to the Egyptians. Will they stone us? It's interesting. Um, Interesting argument. Oh, gotta get that F in there. Okay, come on now. Come on, app. Twerk with me here. It's hideous. Work with me. The heck is it doing that? Delete. If we start from this side, who knows? Don't know why that's happening. Alright, delete. Delete. Why is this happening? Delete. Oh gosh. Just screw it. What? Now it. Modern technology for you people. Modern technology. It's an abomination to me. Okay. Will they not stone us? What are you sacrificing? What are these sacrifices? It makes it sound so like worrisome. I don't know what you can sacrifice that like the Egyptians. Oh, they sacrificed a cow. They sacrificed a young goat. Stone them. What kind of what were the Egyptians like? We only sacrifice grain here. Animals are sacred to us. We don't sacrifice those. And we will stone you if you hurt the animals. I don't know. Alright, we must go 3 days as he tells us. Oh, there we go. Okay, so Pharaoh said, I will let you go sacrifice the Lord in the wilderness. Oh, you must not go very far away. Very interesting. So right now, it does seem like Pharaoh is kind of under the impression that they're coming back. Like they're not leaving for good. He's afraid they'll leave for good, but he's like, just don't go too far away. Maybe he's thinking they're gonna go sacrifice and then like come back and like, all right, we're done, ready to be slaves again. You know, I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just keeps hardening his heart. Wonder if different translations have hold on. I'm very much under the impression that it used to be like God hardened Pharaoh's heart. I'm checking the OG King James. Let's see here. Da, da, da. Go ye. Go ye. Oh, you gotta love the old English. Pharaoh hardened his heart. Like, I don't know where did I, NIV? No, I don't, that's wild, dude. Yeah, I don't know. Couldn't tell ya. Alright, from here, we are going to save this or download. I don't want to show my download history. That's awkward. How do we do this beforehand? Save. Yes, save page. Is there a way? Is there some other way? Because it's sort of like, if anything, now with this, it seems pretty consistent. It doesn't change. But when I use like Wikipedia, that's more apt to change. And then next thing you know, we get that like old school looking, I don't even know if you call it old school, but where the web page is all jank. It's janky. That's the best I can say. It's janky. Alright, save as. Okay. Boom. Alright. Alright. Once that's done saving, we can tally ho. Okay. Un momento, por favor. Alright. Okay, that's good. So let's go here. Brum, brum. Go to the fair and say that 80% livestock. Okay. Mm-hmm. Distinction. Okay. Hey, the Lord did this. It's interesting we don't get a line of text from Pharaoh. We can only kind of assume that well, clearly he said no, or else God wouldn't do this. He said, "Let my people go." So for if you refuse, so clearly he refused, but we don't get like a clear clear line of text that says he did, which is fine. We can reasonably assume. It's just interesting how sometimes it says it clearly, and then sometimes it's just like, yeah, well, you can come to the logical conclusion. Okay, all livestock of the Egyptians died. Alright, dead. Okay, yep, yep, didn't let the people go. Okay. Lord said to Moses, take a handful of soot. Alright, now we have boils. Then we have hail. And throw them in the air. Okay, become boils. Now, the boils part is fascinating because supposedly, I think, what is it, Amenhotep the second, who is the kind of the lead suspect, you could say, the lead suspect as far as being the pharaoh during this time, right? Was it, gosh, it's been too long. Um, his mummy, his corpse, essentially, his corpse, shows some certain scarring that we can't prove that it's boils, but you know, looks like it very well could be boils. So that's interesting. Yeah. Stand before Moses because the boils they were embarrassed, ashamed, forsaken, false prophets. Boils came upon the musicians. All right, upon all the Egyptians. See this now. This time, it's the Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh. Interesting how like it's Pharaoh hardening his heart, but then this time maybe Pharaoh was like, okay, maybe I should finally, and God's like, nope, 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 you, I'm hardening you this time. Very interesting. I did not listen to them. All right. Mm. Doesn't say. I thought somewhere it talked about Pharaoh having boils. I mean, I guess all the Egyptians. Pharaoh is a part of all the Egyptians, so again, one can reasonably uh, come to the logical conclusion Pharaoh also got boils. Fair enough. Man and beast. Okay. Okay, for this time I'll send my and all my plagues. Oh, what do I mean by all my plagues? It's an interesting all my plagues. Right. Okay, what is the point? That's the point. Pestilence, and you have been cut off from earth. Alright. Here we're getting to like sort of the crux of the matter. Why is this all taking place? To set an example. That is kind of just what the text is explaining. Um, then the Lord said to Moses, "Rise up early morning, present. Thus says the Lord." Da, da, da. Okay. Time I will cause very. Mm-hmm. What's interesting here is this whole sequence of text, right? This is a quote of what the Lord is saying to Moses, right? The Lord said to Moses, this is what he's going to say to Pharaoh, you know, say to him, so this is said to Moses to Pharaoh, say to him, So this is all that Moses is supposed to say to Pharaoh. We're going, it keeps going, it keeps going, it keeps going. And then we get here. Get your livestock. Well, wait a minute. Egyptian livestock die. Um, isn't there a part where it says all the livestock? Yeah, all the livestock of the Egyptians died. All of them. Not one of the livestock of Israel was dead. All the livestock of the Egyptians died. Sure. Get your livestock. Um, eh, um, now, if we're trying, let's be as charitable as possible here. All the livestock of the Egyptians died. Could there be a distinction between Pharaoh and the Egyptians? Like, Pharaoh's livestock didn't die. I don't know why you would. I mean, I guess you would wait for the hail. It's like, well, let's make it dramatic. Put some animosity between the Egyptians and the Pharaoh, because all the Egyptians, all of his servants, and all of the citizens, if we can call them that at the time, all the citizens of the land, all their livestock died. Not the Israelis, but you know what I'm saying. Um, and then he's like, get your livestock in. Like, that's the most charitable version that I can give to this. Because if all the livestock are dead, what livestock are you bringing in for shelter? Again, this isn't Lord saying to Moses to tell his own people to get their livestock in. It's him talking to Pharaoh. Okay, so just a little oddity right there, where you kind of have to, you know, kind of, and then here, then on the servants of Pharaoh hurried his slaves and his livestock. So what is going on here? Where is all this livestock if we just murdered all the livestock? Just killed them all. Just killed them all. Now it's like, oh, they're bringing in all the livestock. Oh no, how again, there must be some kind of, again, for being as charitable as possible. Because right now, the way I'm reading this, it doesn't make any darn sense. For being just trying to be as straight to the point. Um, that Pharaoh is not included in with the Egyptians. That there is a distinction. There's a difference. I guess. Um, okay. That's the best I got. Other than that, it's sloppy editing. Sloppy writing. Uh, the service of very, yeah. Yeah, livestock. Or do not pay them slaves and lives. This is very strange. Okay. The Lord sent thunder, hail, doodle doo. Okay. Alright. Alright. Dude, the more I read this, the more I'm considering, there's this one kind of niche Egyptologist out there who I don't know if you want to call it claim or speculate, what have you. Um, yeah, his claim is that these events line up better with like 1550 um AD, or sorry, BC. AD, jeez. 1550 BC, and this was back during the intermittent period. Intermittent um period of like where Egypt was going through a lot of turmoil, and this is when Avaris broke free from Egyptian control and domination. And the fact that it's specifically talking about only in the land of Goshen, which is it's not it's odd because I figure, well, it could line up either way. That's the thing. The thing is, this can line up either way. It's just interesting that the Israelites, according to the biblical text, are still heavily, almost exclusively concentrated in the land of Goshen, where they very first settled. All the way, I mean, basically 350, 400 years before this took place, according to the Bible. And extra sources as well are support the fact that many Semitic peoples moved in around the same time the Bible claims that the Israelites moved into Egypt, in specifically Goshen. There is a lot of supporting evidence for this, that Goshen is a land and a spot in Egypt where a lot of Semitic peoples from, what is modern day Israel, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, those kinds of people, a lot of people from that area, the Levant, there's so many different names for it, moved into what would, you know, to this land called Goshen. So, yeah, there's supporting evidence for this. It's just interesting that all this time later, that's still where they're still heavily concentrated. I mean, 350 years is quite a while. But, it's not like, oh, I can't believe there's so many people. It's just, it's interesting. Why move if everything's going so well for you? You know what I mean? It's like, uh, Pharaoh sent and called Moses and Aaron and said to them, stop, I've sinned. It's in the right, my people are in the wrong. Plead with the Lord for the da 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 da. Okay. Alright. So Pharaoh's just like, I'm help a brother out here for the how many times he's a liar. Uh, the earth is the Lord's. As soon as I've gone, so I'll stretch out and the thunder will cease now. Else you may know that the earth is the Lord's. But as for you and your servants, I know, I know that you do not yet fear. Fear. Alright. Struck down. The city from Pharaoh and stretch out his hands. Uh, it's interesting. Out of the city, which city is he in? Um, that is interesting. could just be, yeah, out of the city. I mean, are they getting like, they have constant writers giving like, nope, there's no hail in the land of Goshen. And depending on what city they're in, you know what I mean? It would take some time for people to relay. There is indeed no hail in the land of Goshen. Because if you're in the city, you're just kind of like, well, I hope hail's coming down like crazy. It's going thunder and all this is like, oh, God said there'd be none of this in Goshen. I hope that's actually taking place. You know, it's like, oh, it would be interesting to be in that situation where you're like, oh, God hasn't let me down yet. You know, till like, after the fact, I guess. Unless somebody's like crazy enough to try to ride a horse or something or a carriage through that hail, which it sounds like pretty devastating hail, so you wouldn't actually know if Goshen was spared until after the fact. Hmm. Okay. Almost feels like when it says he and his servants, that could also mean like him and his advisors, you know what I mean? Just it's interesting how like, well, after all this, all right. All right. Ta-da. All right, we're gonna do a little another savey poo. Another savey poo. Ba-dum. Do-do. Mhm, mhm. All right. Let's see. It has saved. We can move on to the next chapter. Let's see how many chapters we got. We have right 40 chapters. All right. Just keep munching away. Nom 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 nom. Locus, a darkness. Ah, the darkness. Oh, oh, how I miss thee. Then the Lord said to Moses, go into Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart. For I have hardened his heart. Okay, this time he hardened his heart and the heart of his servants. Like we're going. It's interesting how it goes back and forth. This is amusing to me. This time I have done it. And the last time he did it, I don't know. I got kind of jealous. He was hardening his heart before I could. He's a step ahead of me. This time God's getting ahead of it. He's hardening his heart before Pharaoh even gets a chance to. They're both like racing to that heart, trying to see who can harden it first. Show these signs of mine among what? For I have hardened his heart and the heart of his servants, that I may show these signs of mine among them. Almost like, wait, it's basically claiming like God is doing this just to show off. Yeah, I'm fucking with these people so I can show off. God, God, you can do this other ways. I really want to show these signs of mine, so I'm gonna harden Pharaoh's heart. I really want to show them these signs among them. You could bring them out to like a desert where nobody lives and just rain hail at clear blue sky. You could even have it. That would be even more miraculous. Wouldn't even need clouds. It's like, holy crap, it's just coming out of nowhere. You can have frogs spawn out of nothing. You could take the desert's right there, bro. Nobody's living there. I mean, maybe some little desert creatures might die, but you know, better than them messing with all these people.
But it wouldn't get the job done. Wouldn't get the job done.
Well, maybe if you softened his heart. Maybe if you softened his heart. Uh, oh my gosh. Taking the long way just to show off. That you may tell them, that you may tell in the hearing of your son and of your grandson. Oh, I have dealt harshly with the Egyptians. Ah, yeah, so you can brag. I'm doing this so you can brag to your children. And I dealt harshly with them. Uh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh, Who needs peace, love, and applesauce when you got plagues? Look, you're just playing by the rules of the old gods, you know. Guess this is how it goes, huh? Okay, okay. Oh, locust, okay. After the hail, locusts must seem like small peas. I don't know. Ah, locusts are brutal, but what is there to eat if the hail just destroyed all this? Or maybe since it's like so freshly destroyed, the food hasn't gone bad yet. It's not like they burned all of it, you know. Um, sure, why not? Locusts. Okay, doodly doo, doodly doo, doodly doo. Ah, the trees. Mm-hmm. Surprised they didn't kill Moses at some point throughout all this, if all this took place. Like I'm still treating this very much as like a fable or a tall tale. Do I think this happened? No. Um, it's like I feel like if somebody actually tried to mess with Pharaoh like this, especially coming from a class of people that are considered slaves, I'm pretty sure Pharaoh would just have the dude executed and be like, "What now? Get back to work." And the story would have gone, thus Pharaoh executed Moses and Aaron, and then maybe God sends another plague, and maybe somebody else is raised up. Like, I mean, uh, come now, Pharaoh's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna let these people keep messing with me with their plagues and stuff. I mean, come now. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Da 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 la la la. Interesting. Looks like Pharaoh's servants. Yeah, it seems like servants also uh, means advisors. How long shall this man be a snare to us? Let the men go, that they may serve the Lord their God. Do you not yet understand that Egypt is ruined? It's another reason why people look at the mid again around like let me double tap that. Maybe 1650, not 1550. Let's go to the good old Wikipedia. Doodle-doo. Um, hold on, which dynasty are we looking at here? Um, would it be the 12th dynasty? That's what we were looking for. Hold on. 12th dynasty. No, much later than that. No, 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 no. 13th. 15, 14. Yeah, so it would have been like the 13th dynasty, right? Like the end, disestablished 1649. Yeah, it would have been like the end of the 13th dynasty. People are there's at least one prominent Egyptologist who looks at that as more of the date when things kind of fell apart. Because for the 14th dynasty, this is when Avaris, which is in Goshen, this is like Goshen right here ish. Avaris is the capital, and so you got Goshen. This is where it kind of broke away, and so there's thoughts maybe Memphis is where that's where this is all taking place, all the talks with Pharaoh and Goshen. Um, maybe that's when all these plagues happened, and there's just stories getting like weirdly intermixed with where Avaris becomes free and clear to do their own thing. But then none of the biblical text lines up with that at all. That's the problem. None of the rest of the biblical text lines up. Yeah, which is why I'm not not very much not on board with. I mean, it's a fanciful thought in theory. Oh look, some of my highlighted text still remains. That's cute. It's cute. What do we get? But on the 12th, it doesn't line up anymore. You have to re-highlight. Um, 13th. Yeah, and then the 15th. Okay, some of my highlights still exist. That's good. That's nice. Probably means it hasn't been edited. Okay. Yeah, 15th Dynasty, that's when the invasion happens. Alright, anywho's goals. Okay. Yeah, so the issue that we have here with all these plagues should have sent Egypt into some kind of, even if it was like a minor 50-year dark age, or even like a 30-year dark age. You know what I mean? Something to show all your livestock is dead. Your people should be in complete turmoil because of all these plagues and death and desolation. And we don't see any of that. There is no period, especially for Amenhotep II or even around there, that shows any kind of like, oh, there's this weird moment where Egypt kind of like goes into a strange, tumultuous period for about 20 years. Maybe if there's just like 20 years where the Egyptians didn't write anything down, maybe that could be like a little like something, but again with no I could see maybe the Egyptians like, we're not recording any of this. We're not talking about this. This is lips are sealed. Whoever talks about this, we kill them. Like you do not talk about the plagues. You do not talk about this time period because potentially this happened at a very short instance. However, again, it would make sense if all this is taking place that Nubia in the south, they're Egypt's like main rival for the longest time, there'd be something that happened down there, or something like, or some kind of political strife, would take place, something, um, and we just don't see that. And again, the time period where we see like a downfall of, you know, Egypt is more during like, let's see, no, not the first intermittent period. This would be the second. Beginning around 1700 BC. Um, this is when Egypt goes into turmoil, goes into a chaotic sort of period. Um, there's a third intermittent period, but that's way too late. Yeah, the kingdom of Israel is up and running by this point. Pretty sure. Like New Kingdom. I know it's like, could it be that like, look there. What's interesting is how they're showing that they are really running the show throughout this whole time period. But this is 15th century BC. Not up here, not by that point. Yeah, 17th dynasty. Yeah, historical era, the expulsion of the Hyksos. Yeah, that's the other thing. The other idea is, um, maybe this took place, um, with the expulsion of the Hyksos. 15th dynasty didn't defeat. Yeah, they defeated the dynasty. Yeah, Nubia. Maybe this actually happened around the expulsion. Maybe they just, Amenhotep the second is roughly about roughly 100 years after they took or reconquered, right? 1550 is when they did that. Shoots and ladders. Yeah, 1550 is when they defeated the Semitic peoples who were ruling over Lower Egypt. Remember, lower means north for their context because it's closer to the Mediterranean Sea. Um, so yeah, so this is our main potential for the Pharaoh during um during the Exodus. If there even was a dramatic Exodus. Mm, mm, yeah, this is where they're talking about where there could be like boils or something. Small boils that could relate. Like, Maybe there was some minor tumultuous events that got overly dramatized by the Bible, you know? Maybe there was some kind of like things that coincided. Maybe there was a plague that, resulted in boils, and maybe there was a plague that resulted in, maybe some of these things happened just not nearly on the kind of grand scale and narrative that the Bible makes it out to be. That's sort of how I'm looking at this. Again, you know, or um, any musicals. Modern archaeology is covering it up. They don't want people to know. That's right. That's right. It's a big cover up. Well, wouldn't be the first time. Probably won't be the last. Alright, let's see how we're looking here. Yeah, about that time for a small break. Alright, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break, and I will be right back. Alrighty then. Doodly doo. Back at it again. Alright. So Moses and Pharaoh were brought back to Pharaoh. I take it Pharaoh said to them, go, sir, but which ones are to go? Interesting question. Alright. Let me be with you if ever I let you. Let's go. Look, you have some evil purpose in mind. Uh, Interesting. Interesting interaction for sure. Alright. Get the locust. Okay. Alright. Alright. It's just such a strange. It's like we're dealing with toddlers here. This is like toddler behavior. Oh my gosh. Okay. Right. Alright. This time the Lord did it. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Stretch your hand. Heaven, there may be darkness over the land. Darkness to be felt. Okay. 3 days. Interesting. Alright. Alright. Okay. Little ones may go. Also go to half shell. Okay. Lord, so now the Lord is hardening his heart consistently. So beforehand, Pharaoh was hardening his own heart. Now it's the Lord hardening Pharaoh's heart. All right, all right, okay. Just, all right. And he said to them, do do do. Yeah, yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, It is an interesting undertaking, my friend. Okay, save this. Doodle-doo. Uh, there's a long way to go if you wanna rock and roll. There's a long way to go if you wanna rock and roll. Next chapter. That's quite the quick chapter, huh? Alright. Final plague threatened. The threats. Alright. What is that? Moses, you have one more plague. We'll bring upon after word. Okay. Uno momentos. With a momentous occasion. Alright. Alright. Okay. Interesting situation. Okay, it seems by this time, um, Moses is, I guess, being revered. I don't know. Like, uh, I mean, if God's got your back that much, and all these plagues are coming, and you're the one that's kind of like essentially speaking on God's behalf, I guess. Why wouldn't you be revered as very great, even if you kind of, maybe not very happy with how the greatness is affecting you? All right. All right. All right. Interesting. Interesting how legitimately the last thing we that was said was Pharaoh's like, I'm gonna kill you next time I see you. And then we have Moses presumably speaking to Pharaoh. Um, hold on. Kinda wanna to make sure we don't lose our spot. Actually, can we do this? Can do that. Excellent. Which makes me think this and this supposedly happened on the same within the same meeting. Or are like maybe it was supposed to be that. Maybe, you know, because here it's saying he went out from Pharaoh in hot anger. I don't know if that's Moses went out. I take he must mean Moses went out in hot anger. And um, I mean, if Pharaoh's gonna say, um, for on the day I see your face you shall die, that makes sense that he would be quite angry about that. Um, okay. Then the Lord said to him, listen to you that my wonders may be multiplied. Okay. And once again, okay. All right. Every time I'm like, man, if only the Lord had softened Pharaoh's heart, we wouldn't have to go through all this. But text seems to indicate that God wanted Pharaoh's heart to be hard for the sake of showing off his terrifying greatness. Lovely. What a wonderful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Doesn't get much better than that, folks. Doesn't get much better. Nah. It's the way we want all of our gods to act. Who could ask for a greater God than this? I'm telling you. I'm telling you. It's a beautiful thing. Yada da. Okay. All right, here we go with the old Passover. Okay. That's interesting. Kill their lambs at twilight. All right. Midnight. Twilight. I like Twilight. Twilight sounds so more romantic. Twilight. We enact our plan at twilight. uh, do you mean midnight, sir? Yes, I mean same thing. Hmm. right. Eat it with your belt fastened, your sandals on your feet, and your staff in your hand. I mean, you're only eating with one hand. Is everybody on a staff at this point? I guess. I mean, shepherds all have a staff, I guess. If you don't own a staff, get one. So your staff shall be in your hand. Alright. Does everybody have to have a staff? Does every person need a staff? Eat it in haste. Oh no, that's interesting. Interesting details here. I don't know. If I find it interesting, then that it's worth talking about. All this stuff's like, okay, okay. Mm-hmm. All the gods of Egypt judgments. Fascinating. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Hold a holy assembly. Wonder what that means exactly. Hold a holy assembly. Maybe that means everybody needs to like ensure that like everybody is like wearing their best attire. They're washed. Everybody's clean and wearing your Sunday best. Maybe that's what that means. The holy assembly. Okay. All right. Didn't we just say this? Hold on. Hold on. Tell me. 10th day of this month. Keep it until the 14th of this month. First month from the 14th day of the month at evening or so. Till the first day of the month. No, maybe that wasn't specified yet. Yeah, no. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like, man, they were brutal back then. I mean, it's definitely a way to, I mean, enforce rules, harsh consequences. Yeah. What if that means cut off? Like exiled? Or it's just like you can't sit with them. You know what I mean? What if it's actually nowhere near as like serious as like will be cut off? It just means you can't sit with us, buddy. Like you gotta sit over there. You're cut off from the congregation, but yeah, it just means you sit at a different table. It's not as severe as you're thinking. Let's see. All right. All right. Forever. All right. Mhm. Okay. All right. Cool beans. All right. We go. Ay, ay, ay. At midnight, the Lord struck down all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaohs. Da, 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 da. Oh, come on, use the word twilight. Come on, we already used the word twilight. Why are you mixing it up on me? Doesn't twilight mean midnight? At twilight. It's so much better. Okay. All right. All right. Summertime sadness. Maybe it was springtime sadness. I don't know. Um, bless me also. Bless me. I'm very, very curious. All right. Finally getting to this snazzy jazz. All right. All right. Yeah. This is where you lose me. Yeah, there's like no freaking way. 600,000 men. Yeah, no. Oh, all right. How do you not nor had they prepared any provisions for themselves. Come on, people. Gosh. Maybe after like the third or fourth plague not working, they're like, man, I don't know if we're ever gonna leave. I had everything prepared beforehand, but like, and then by like the seventh plague, you're like, I don't know. Yeah, this ain't happening. By the 10th plague, that nobody's prepared. Oh man. All right. We get an actual timeline. Oh, on that very day. Oh, really? Sure. Whatever you say, buddy. Whatever you say, boomer. Night watching by the Lord. Okay. Right. The Exodus. All right. All right. I thought they said sojourners were whatever. They was bought for money after sacrifice before eat of it. Mm-hmm. Okay. Interesting. Circumstances. What's the difference between a sojourn and a foreigner? I think a sojourn is somebody who moves and stays for like they're actually staying with the people rather than just passing through. As a foreigner is somebody who's like just passing through, while a sojourner is somebody who's been like is staying and planning on staying with them for the long haul. Okay. 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 Ta-da! Let's save this page. All right, chapter 12. All right. Oh, oh, oh. What's going on? Remember, there are two different types of people in this world: those who say twilight and those who say midnight. That's it. Only two different kinds of people. Which one are you? All right, here we go. Consecration of the firstborn. Okay. Seems like an abusive relationship. Like, God is already demanding, like, I own your firstborn. That's mine. Like, slow down, God. Jeez. Like, it's not. uh, yeah, that's mine right there. I own it. Okay. All right. Why not? So he's so possessive and obsessive. Oh my gosh. Remember this day. Remember. I member. You member? I member. Which you came out from Egypt. Doodly doo. Yeah, we kind of had this already. Brings you into land. Do do do. Um, Wait, hold on. When the Lord brings you into, you shall keep this service in this month. So not before? Or is this just like ensuring that like even once we get to this, even once we accomplish this, we you shall keep this? Probably. Okay, we're just rehashing what we just went over. Da da da. Just re. Okay. Yes. Been over this. Okay. Okay. Wait, so what if the firstborn is a female? I guess that's not the Lord's. It's like, ugh, I don't want those females. Give me the males. Give me those firstborn males. I don't know, it sounds weirder the more you think about it. Oh man. Alright. Interesting it says when the Lord brings you in the land of the Canaanites. Like then we should do this, so we're not doing any of this beforehand? I mean, just, I mean when? This is interesting. When the Lord brings you into when the Lord brings you in the land of the Canaanites. I mean, we're people not. I don't know. I don't know. All right, God really wants those firstborn males. It's all about the firstborn males. Okay. All right. Redeem. Do do do. Firstborn male. Mm, redeem. Okay. Uh, Interesting correlation that we're making here. I don't know. It almost sounds like wait, did the Lord kill the firstborn? Or did the Israelites kill all the firstborn of the land of Egypt? And now it's almost like we make a sacrifice as a way to be like, yeah, we did some bad shit to the Egyptians. And this is our way of like showing like, hey, you know, God, we'll always remember that time when we killed the firstborn of the land of Egypt, and we're just, I don't know, a funky situation. And God's like, because I killed the firstborn in the land of Egypt, sacrifice to me the firstborn of all your males. Basically, kill all the males in my honor. Remember what I'm capable of. Okay. All right. Interesting phrase. All right. Now we're back to current events, essentially. Like a little hiatus for this, even though it's like rehashing. But I mean, it's going a little further. You know what I mean? It's like it's adding more to it. Okay. Pharaoh let the people go. God did not lead them by the way, land of the Philistines, although that was near. Lest people change their minds when they war and return to eat. It's a very strange thought process, but okay. Why not? Interesting. Equipped for battle. Alright. Don't know where this is. Etham, edge of the wilderness. Alright. My guess here is due to the fact that they probably did still have, I mean, maybe 30 to 60,000 people. They probably still had a lot of people. It's easier to ensure that nobody goes astray if somehow you have a large fire going out in front of the people. Wouldn't necessarily be easy to. I mean, maybe if you had like a huge, what do they even call them? Like b bazaar, balzar. One of those giant round bowls where you light fires in them. Depending on what you burn, you could make a dark cloud to ensure that if any, for whatever reason, some people got like cut off, they could figure out, oh, there's the dark cloud. We can get back to the group. Or at night, it's like, oh, there's the light. We kind of, somehow got cut off by from the group, but there's the light. We can kind of, so it makes sense, even if This isn't of like the Lord's making. It would make sense to kind of do that for such a very large group of people to ensure that nobody kind of loses their way. Okay, tally hair. Alright, chapter 13, we're just knocking them out, knocking them out. Going, 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 going. One day we will be gone. But it is not this day. Not this day, I dare say. Oh, goodness glaciers. Okay, next chapter. Alright, to turn back. Turn. Hmm? The heck is this? I have to look these places up. Because this should give us, like, people are like, where did they cross the Red Sea? Well, I mean, if we can figure out where these places are, you know, unless these are just like, nobody knows what these places mean anymore. Um, oh shoot, I need to get off the Kaiser. Toggle it. Um, copy pasta. Paste. Yeah, where? The problem with of locating. Oh man. We have any images? Does anybody know? Anybody know? So nobody necessarily knows. The heck is that imagery? Um, so thinking down here, that makes more sense to me right here. That makes sense to me right here. Why not? Who knows, man? Is that what a lot of people are looking at? Kind of ish. Not really. Kind of. Couth at them. Um, something. Yep. Nobody knows for sure. Okay. Cool. All right. For fair, we'll say of the people they are wandering in the land. The wilderness has shut them in. I will harden his heart again. Interesting. And he will pursue them. Not he will pursue you. Whatever. Pursue, pursue y'all. You all. And I will get glory over Pharaoh and on this. Oh, well. Yeah, because what's important is getting the Egyptians to know that I'm Lord. All right. They have left, sire. No. After all this. Sure, I mean, after your firstborn child is getting killed, got killed. I mean, I'm sure it's more like the text should be like, I will have revenge on them for killing my firstborn. Okay, interesting. Like, I was told it's like it's almost like he didn't watch it take place himself, I guess. I mean, sure if they're in Goshen and he's in Memphis, I guess it's like he was told that it is done. You know what I mean? And then he's like sobering up from his lamenting of his firstborn passing. All right. 600 to take on 600,000. According to the Bible, he's very optimistic. He's a very optimistic 600 chosen chariots. Okay. Lord harden the heart of bears again. Oh man. Defiantly. I thought where was it defiantly? I thought he let him go. Am I crazy? Hold on. Isn't there a moment where or hold on. Okay. Um I mean, doesn't seem all that defiant when you have like then he summoned Moses and Aaron, and told them to leave. While the people of Israel were going out defiantly. It doesn't seem like they're going out defiantly. It seems like he agreed to this. Sure, why not? Okay. All right. Okay, maybe it's just 600 chosen chariots, but also he took his army with him, so probably more than just the 600 chosen chariots. So, maybe who knows, 10,000, 10,000 men, 15,000, something like that. Like, let's say a decent amount, 8,000. I mean, yeah, it's just, okay. All right. Gosh, a wild statement. No graves in Egypt. uh, I find it so amusing how this narrative is like basically painting the people of Israel as kind of very little backbone, very like wishy-washy, but all so God can look great in the eyes of the Bible. All right. Is this necessary? It's over and over and over again. They really like to drive this home, hardening the hearts, hardening the hearts, harden the heart, harden the heart. It's a interesting, I don't know what you call it, narrative, uh, repetition. Okay, I will get glory over Pharaoh. Yeah, and the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord. Okay, good for you. When I have gotten glory. Congratulations. Oh, mamma mia. Alright. Alright. What do we got here? Coming between the host, Egypt, and the host of Israel. Okay. Cloud. Divided, and the people went this. Alright. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Alright. Not one of them remained, except seems like Pharaoh survived, I guess. Small details, you know. All right, all right. At least on that day. Okay. Let's see, is it time for a break? Yep, time for a break. We'll get back to chapter 15. Slowly but surely, we are making our way to chapter 40. Alright. Okie dokie. See what we got going on here. Oh, okay, that's saved, I believe. Let me double check. Yep. Alright. On to chapter 15. Alrighty then. This Song of Moses. Okay. Mm-hmm. Alright. Lovely. Uh, okay. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Have they? It seems like a song that was like written way after all these events, after they took over. It's like um after they took over Canaan. Um yeah, which is fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with, throwing this song. I feel like this song is a fine place to put it, you know. Okay. All right. Terror and dread. They tremble. Mm-hmm. All right. See, I don't believe this. I don't believe Moses and the people of Israel sang this song. Because some of this hasn't happened yet. Maybe maybe these lyrics were added later. Um, maybe the song kind of like maybe pieces of this song they sang. Maybe. Okay. All right. Interesting. The prophetess. All right. See, it sounds like this right here is probably what was sang, and then like maybe over time it like developed into more of a structured song with more lyrics as time went on. Sure. All right. Lovely. Lovely. Then God threatens them. Oh man. Oh, wonderful. This isn't an abusive relationship. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh man. Now I know Stockholm syndrome is like not an actual like I don't think it's more of a pop culture sort of phenomena than it is a registered understood phenomena by like the psychological community. But this is starting to feel a bit like Stockholm syndrome, or we're getting there. Mm-hmm. Okay. Interesting situation going on here. Oh shoot. No. No, 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 no. Sometimes I forget I have to let it sit here and save. Hopefully it actually say like times. I'll have to reload it just to double check that it's saved properly. Uh, Alright, let's see. Let's open this. Make sure I actually saved because the highlighted parts. Wait for that to load. Should have, but since I already switched the page, came back to it, just gonna double, triple, quadruple check. Check, 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 double check. Excellent. Okay. Alrighty, Rooney. Alright, we can carry on. Alright. Bread from heaven. Bread. Okay, from Elam and all the congregation to do. And, yeah, 15th day of the second month. From the land of Egypt. Okay. Mm-hmm. Gosh, sounds like for being slaves, they ate pretty well back in the day. Would that we have died by the hand of the Lord in the land of Egypt? I don't I don't know. I may test them. Let the testing begin. I may test them. Yes, yes, we shall test these people. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. At twilight. Just highlighting because I like the word. Shall eat meat straight off the bone. No more maggoty bread. All right. Excellent. 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 All right. Mm-hmm. Mm. Oh, this was angry. Yeah, it's like, okay. Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm. All right, getting hasty, tasty cakes. Right. Uh, okay. Mm-hmm. I wonder if when they say place it before the Lord, maybe they had like a little like tiny altar. Each person kept their own, household gods. And they had like a little household statue of like El, place it before the Lord. You know, this is before the tabernacle, so and even after the tabernacle, you know. All right, before the testimony to be kept. It's an interesting. Okay. All right, then until they came to the border. Okay. Okay. Interesting detail. Mm-hmm. All right. Knocking them out. Knocking them out. Mm-hmm. All right. Mm-hmm. Why do you test the Lord? Why do you want water?
Well, if the Lord's gonna test us, we're gonna test the Lord. It goes both ways, dang it.
Once again, this strange, like, I get if you're dying of thirst, you know, you're gonna say some wild shit. To kill us, our children, our livestock with thirst. Kill us with thirst. Some I do with this people. They're almost ready to stone me. They're ready to kill me because they are dying of thirst. All right. Mm-hmm. All right.
Is the Lord among us or not?
Okay. Interesting. Mm-hmm. I think this is the first mention of Joshua. Mm-hmm. Right. It's an awkward. Write this as a memorial in a book or a sign of the years of Joshua that I will utterly blot out the memory of Amalek. Um, well, if you write it down and recite it, how are you supposed to blot out the memory? I don't. I don't. It's a very odd. Oh, all right. Yeah, so continuous forever wars. I see that this is where forever wars come from. All started here. I was there 3,000 years ago when the forever wars began, and they haven't ceased since. Let's see. Alright, doo-doo-doo. Chapter 17. Bottom. Making good time. Good time. We're making good time. Good time. Good time. Okie dokie. Alright. Okay. Priest of Midian. Mm-hmm. 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 Alright. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Moses is a de facto leader. He is the judge. He is, uh, you know, judge, leader, decision maker. Yeah, see that? That's sound advice from good old Jethro. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. There you go. Yeah, that's well done. Well done. Just marching along here. All right. Right. Do. Mhm. All right. Mhm. Mhm. Gosh, staring at this screen for hours on like this specific like white background. I wish I could go with a dark background, but then it might be more difficult to highlight, TBH. But gosh, I swear, looking at this white, black on white text, this is why I could never do an office job. It all just starts to like blend in, and like my eyes are just like, oh, gosh, uh, uh, why I could never do an office job. I could sit here and stream for like 4 hours a day. After that, I'm just like, I need to go. don't know, walk around the block. You do something physical here. Do something. Alright, maybe play some pool. I got a new pool table recently. And enjoying that. Let's see. Oh gosh. Okay. So Moses came and called the elders of the people, said, before command all the people answered together and said, all we will do. Okay, so people commit. Mm-hmm. Moses reported, uh, like the Lord isn't witnessing what's happening. Look, they had different understandings. It's like, hold on, guys. Let me go let the omniscient, all-knowing God let me report of what has taken place. Like he doesn't know. Yeah, they had different understandings of what God, even the most powerful God, of what the most powerful God of the time was capable of. Okay? And what information that like God was capable of even knowing. It's very amusing. We've come a long way. Let's definitely say that. We've come a long way. What? The Lord said to Moses, behold, I'm coming to you in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with you, and may also believe you forever. When Moses told the words of the people to the Lord. Okay, so this is response to all the Lord's. So Moses reported, and then this was okay. Why not? Mm-hmm. Okay. Interesting situation. All right. What? No hand shall touch, but he shall be stoned or shot. Have archers at the ready. Have maybe stone could mean slingshots. You know, shall kill. Uh, okay. Do not go near a woman. What the heck? Oh my gosh. Do not go near a woman. Cheese and crackers, my dude. Hey, when like, you know, there wasn't as much, let's say, as far as things to do that really got you that dopamine hit, weren't a lot of, there wasn't a lot of variety back then, you know. So I'm sure the temptation for a little hanky panky was probably a lot greater back in the day when we have a lot more ways to get dopamine nowadays. A lot more variety of ways, that's for darn sure. Let's see. All right. All right. Very loud. Trumpet blast. Okay. All right. Mm, to meet God. Okay. This is what's interesting about like had descended on it in fire? You know, Zoroastrians would be like, I recognize this. We're all our monotheistic religion has God be very, very directly linked with fire. Um, and that religion is just as old, if not older, than Judaism. And that's not Zoroastrianism was, taking place not too far away in Persia at the time. It's not far at all. It's interesting. All right. Okay, God answered in thunder. Okay. Okay. All right. Mm-hmm. Mm, very interesting. Hmm. Okay. All right. Halfway to 40. Okay. Okie dokie. Hmm. Skadoosh. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Okie dokie. Here we go. The classic. It's the classic. Doodle-doo. Okay. You shall not make for yourself the carved image, or any like that in heaven above, or that is in the earth. Um, mm, interesting. Okay. All right. Just gonna highlight all this, I guess. Mm-hmm. All right.
Murder.
Mhm. Mm. All right. Mm. What's interesting is they eventually, I don't know if you'd call it, I mean, is, let's see, shall not make gods of silver to be with me. Okay, to be with me. Okay. Hmm. Alright. Apparently nobody's wearing underwear these days. Find that amusing. Um, okay. That your nakedness be not exposed. Underwear probably wasn't a thing back then. You're going up steps, somebody might see your giblets from underneath. Can't have that. Oh my gosh. This is too funny, man. Underwear? What is underwear? Look at this all quite the highlighted section. All right. Mm. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Well, there you have it. Let's keep rolling. They be rolling. All right. Do, do. Okay. I don't know about this. Um, damn, dude. That is wild. If the master gives him a wife and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone. I mean, he did, I mean, gives him a wife. Like a slave? Would it be a, I don't know. Who knows, man? Okay. This is all just kind of like, okay. I don't. So if he did not ambush him, but God let him fall into his hands, to his hand, what does that even mean? If he did not lie in wait for him. Uh, shall take him from my altar? I don't know what that means. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, like, you know, some, yeah. Death to the heathens. Mm-hmm. Shall be avenged. I don't know what that means. The slave is his money. Be avenged. Not sure what that means in that context. Like, avenged, does that mean compensated? Wait, who's being compensated? Shall be avenged. When a man strikes his slave, male or female, with a rod, and the slave dies under his hand, he shall be avenged. Who? Is the slave being avenged, or is it the man who strikes his slave? I don't know. Strive together. Okay, should pay life for life. I do the tooth. This is very Hammurabi style. Yeah, which Hammurabi came up with this before all this was taking place. This is not original. A good amount of this is not maybe in like the finer print, but the overarching themes. This is very, you know, Hammurabi style. Mm-hmm. All right. Interesting. The consequences to me seem far more interesting than what is, or you know, the consequences, yeah, the consequences that are being imposed seem far more interesting to me than what is, how we're getting to the consequences. All right. Mm-hmm. 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 Hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Seems like it's about that time again. This time is flying. Yeah. Am I having fun? Trying to. Uh, Trying to stay focused. Focused and mocused. Alright. Another cigarette break, and then we'll get back to it. Alrighty then. Chapter 22. Alright. Do. Uh, mhm. Okay. I don't. Isn't all that interesting to me. Except when they get put to death. Oh, quite interesting. Laws for a just community. Hmm. Alright. Shall be devoted to destruction. What does it say? Interesting. Hmm. Okay. Brutal. Interesting. Mhm. Heck, we need to implement this right here. If you lend money to any of my people with you who is poor, you shall not be like a money lender to him. You shall not exact interest from him. You know, we need to do that. We need to do that. If there's one law in this book so far that I've read that I'm like that is of a political nature, not of a religious kind. Um, yeah, no more lending to the poor to extract interest. Okay, okay, interesting. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, tally ho. Interest-free loans. That I agree. I agree. The poor should get interest-free loans to a point. Obviously, it's not. Well, this is a situation where people choose who they are lending to. You know what I mean? Where they have a choice in the matter. Um, pretty sure back then, if a person or a bank, I don't even know if they had those kinds of institutions back then. I'm sure money lending was almost exclusively peer to peer. Um, so yeah, maybe we should get back. Let's just have just peer to peer lending. No, no more banks. No more financing institutions, just peer-to-peer lending. That's it. Oh man. Okay, maybe banks are fine. We need a way to like store money. Um, but yeah, there's something in this that if there's a way to implement it for the poor, that would be fantastic. All right. All right, on to we say this right? Gosh. So what happens when you smoke too much weed in your life? Let's see. All right. Chapter 23. Too much smoke, too much alcohol. But we are far cleaner than, well, we're about 6 times cleaner than where we were a couple of, well, even 2 months ago. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Nor shall you be partial to a poor man in his lawsuit. I don't know what that means. Mm. I guess don't follow the trends. Yeah. This is an interesting situation here. All right. Shall not pervert the justice due to your poor in his laws. Mhm. Yeah, here. Hmm. I like these considerations for the poor. Very nice. The alien. All right. All right. Hmm. All right. Mm-hmm. It's a tall promise right there. None shall miscarry. And that's a It's a tall task. All right. Mm-hmm. Hmm. All right. Save a do. Save a dealio do 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 do. Save a dalla 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 do. Have you ever seen a Jew? Doodly 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 do. Dee da doo dee da. Bop bop beep bop booty bop. Skiddy dee beep bop beep bop booty bop. Mm, mm-hmm. The covenant confirmed. The covenant. Mm, mm-hmm. All right. Mm-hmm. Mm, all right. It's pretty metal. He took the blood and threw it on the people. Metal. All right. Saw the gun. Wait, what? There was under his feet as a pavement of sapphire stone, very heaven of clearness. It's pretty dope. It's kind of dope, to be honest. Sapphire stone. Pretty cool. Alright. Okay. Tablets of stone. Okay. Mhm. Classic 40 days and 40 nights. It's a classic. I too am on number day 42 with my, I guess, sober plan. Doing well, doing well. Thanks for asking. I appreciate it. Doing well. Gonna keep it going. We're shooting for 730 days of this plan. That's what we're doing. About 6% done, you know. Straight. We ain't no cheating. Nothing like that. All right, let's do this. All right, save that. Oh. Oh. Tally ho. Mhm, mhm. All right, we're getting to the tabernacle. Got that good old acacia wood, you know what I'm saying? Those onyx stones. Do like onyx. Onyx is a good, you know. Got that gold, that silver, that bronze, and all that good stuff. Okay. Oh, here we go. The Ark of the Covenant. Instructions. I'm just gonna highlight every pure gold. Gold. Every time they say gold, we're just gonna highlight. Don't ask me why. Gold. I mean, gold is quite nice. Gold. Oh, can't forget acacia wood. Acacia wood. All right, all right, all right. It's important. Pure gold. Okay, okay. Ooh, two cherubim of gold. The mercy seat. Okay, okay. And there is a difference between cherub and cherubim, right? No, one cherub, two cherubim. We have to double check. We got cherubs and cherubims. It's important. We have mercy seats. I almost feel like I'm highlighting all these little things just to be like, this is how repetitive this is. Oh my god. Alright. Mercy seat. Cherubim. Mercy seat. Oh my god, we gotta highlight it. Alright. Okay. Testimony. Okay. Acacia wood. The table for the bread. More acacia wood. More gold. We need the gold. 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 Acacia wood. More gold. I've read all this already. Like, I did streams for where I read out loud. I read out loud. Chapter 1, Chapter 40 takes multiple streams because I'm also giving my own thoughts on my kind of like my first reactions. Technically, I've read it or I know a lot about this stuff beforehand growing up at church, but you know, been a while. Been a while. So right now we're just kind of like going through and now highlighting, which in the future, I believe when I read it the first time through, I'm gonna highlight. Um, yeah, I don't have to take a second pass. The second pass ain't bad, 'cause sometimes I'll miss something, and on the second pass you'll catch it. So we'll see, we'll see. So, I gotta balance time spent and thoroughness. Could read 10 times over if you want to be crazy thorough, but I don't have all the time in the world. I don't. Alright, then we got the golden lampshade, the menorah. Okay. I think it's almond blossoms. That's cool. Almond blossom. Almond blossom. Just gonna highlight every time they say almond blossom. Pure gold. That's what I'm talking about. Pure gold. Pure freaking gold. Alright. Perfect. Gotta love the almond blossoms, you know what I'm saying? Have you ever had almond butter? Pretty freaking good. Oh man. Yeah, they didn't have peanuts back then. Peanuts are native to South America, okay? Nobody was eating peanut butter in the Middle East or Europe, Africa, Asia, or anywhere. Only in South America. Modern day Peru, Brazil, and Bolivia. You know what I'm saying? Peanut butter's a heck of a thing, I'll tell you. Delicious. Delicious. Alright. You ever had a Buckeye? Ooh. Scrumptious. I need to learn how to make those. They're amazing. Alright. Okay. Do do do. Cherubim. Mm. Show me a acacia wood. Where's my acacia wood? Come on. It's actually keeping me actually kind of trying to ish read. You know. Clasps of gold. Yep, yep, yep. Okay. Okay. Bronze, you say? Well, that's a bronze. Mm-hmm. Acacia wood. Let's go. Silver. Oh my gosh, silver. Ooh, silver. All right. Doodle-doo. More silver. Acacia wood. Alright. Gold. Gold. Let's gold. Cherubim. Pillars of acacia. Overlaid with gold. Hooks of gold. No, just going with gold. of silver. Alright. Alright. Seems important-ish. Alright. Mercy seat. Okay. Mm-hmm. Acacia, you say? Overlaid with gold. Hooks of gold. Ah, base of bronze. Yeah, this isn't exactly like my forte, or what I find even all that interesting. Maybe if somebody's more into like, I don't know, architecture. Um, and I'm sure there are people who have done like
The measurements, relate to this and that. And the reason it's 6 curtains is if you multiply 6 by 2, it equals 12 for the 12 tribes of Israel. And 6 is also like for the 6 pointed star of David.
I mean, I'm sure there's, you know,
50 loops. Did you know? Uh, 50 hectares is this amount of space. And that's the regular amount of space for a plot of land back then.
I don't know, dude. I'm sure people have come up with all kinds of thoughts and theories on it. It's not my forte. It's not really, it's like cool. You go, Glen Coco. All right. Stick to what I find compelling. No reason to act like, no reason to fake like something's compelling to me when it's not. All right. Ta-da! Chapter 27. All right. Acacia wood. Like playing Where's Waldo? Where's bronze? Okay, okay, okay. Bronze. A network of bronze with bronze of acacia wood overlaid with bronze. All right, all right. All right, this is the bronze altar. Quarter tap. Okay. A bronze. Fillets of silver. Silver and bronze. More bronze. With the silver. Silver and bronze. Bronze and silver. Silver and gold. Bronze and gold and silver. Can't forget that acacia wood. With the curtains. Blue. Purple. Scarlet. Mm-hmm. Fill it with silver. Of silver. Bases of bronze. With bases of bronze. Shall be of bronze. Oil for the lamp. Mm. Olive oil. This is important. Okay. Okie dokie artichoke. Gracious. Good glaciers. Trying to make this as painless as possible for myself. Be interesting to see if, when I present this, did I miss any? We'll see. Shall see. Olive oil. Beaten. Pure beaten olive oil. Pure beaten. Pure and beaten. I don't know if that'll actually save. Fudge it. Alright, next. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Okay. I need a freaking snack. I'm getting hungry. But we're almost done. We're almost done. We have about 10 minutes left. I can have some more to eat. Lunch has worn off. Okay. Origamis for Aaron for glory and beauty. Okay. Alright. Mm-hmm. Gold. Okay, maybe we maybe, all right, let's this information might be more important, or intriguing to me at least. Okay. Mm, all right. Okay. Interesting. Hang on. Other order of birth. Mm-hmm. Interesting. I do like jewelry, so this is interesting. As you can kind of tell, rings, necklace. I do like a jewelry. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Mm. Breastplate of judgment. Hold on. FO'd. Oh, no. Okay, so that's kind of what we got there. That's pretty cool looking, not gonna lie. That's pretty cool. Alright. Okay. Alright. Mm-hmm. Regular remembrance. I don't know, it's just amusing to me. Alright. Mm, we'll highlight the whole thing. Alright. In the breastplate of judgment you shall put the Urim and the Thummim. Okay. Ummim and did I miss something? Urim and Thummim. 4 hours is as good as I can do it. Um, mhm. And a pomegranate. Appreciate that little detail. Mhm. Ay, ay, ay. We're almost there. Almost done. Grinding it out. Grinding it out. Almost there. Okie dokie. Okay. Oh gosh. Okay. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's like, do I care? Not really. It's like, okay, bring a bowl. Yeah, I don't know, there might be some significance here with the bowl. Are they killing Baal, who is often represented as a bull? I don't know. Hmm. Okay, it's kind of interesting. Altar, and it's done. Uh, sin offering. Okay, well, got a ram as well. I mean, got rams and bowls. It's not just exclusively a bowl, so it feel a bit more significant. Sometimes exclusivity makes something more significant, like back when Halo was just on the Xbox. I remember. You remember? I remember.
Unc, you're aging yourself right now. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. Okay. Gosh. Right. Hmm. palms of Aaron on the palms of his sons and waved them for a wave offering. Wait, sure. Alright, let's finish this chat. Oh god. Alright, let's just push through. Okay. Doodle-doo. A wave offering. The wave. The wave offering. Very amusing. Okay. Mhm. 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 Alright. Mhm. 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 I wonder what they mean by regularly. Is this daily? Sure they mentioned it somewhere, and now I'm just like, okay. Alright. Okie dokie, now we can call it a day. My goodness. We'll start tomorrow, chapter 30. Alright. Y'all have a blessed one, and, I don't know.